Mic ready? Mic ready? Yes. Shortest loading screen ever. Anyway, hello. I'm just drifting in space at the moment. Let me get Twitch open here on my phone so I can read if anyone shows up. I just decided, like, hey, why not start streaming? I got nothing better to do. Let's see. Yes. Okay. I got nothing better to do. Might as well stream some Elite Dangerous jumping. Because I have 135 left to go. 135 jumps. Late night star hopping. Come keep me company. Yeah. This is going to be a very chill stream. I'm going to be like very quiet. Kind of cozy, let's say. I'll aim for cozy tonight. I think this is a neutron star. Oh my god! This one is bonkers. What is going on? Okay, never mind about the comfy part. This is a crazy one. What the hell? Hold up. Oh geez. Okay, why is this one so nuts? Hold on. I gotta get the... Is that a visual error, or is it supposed to be like that? Why is it so... I'm gonna get a screenshot. That is insane. Will I die if I go into this? Maybe I just got in at a weird angle. What's up, Raph? How you doing? Okay. Dude, look at this, neutron star. Like, the whole thing is, like, glitched out. Like, okay, look at this. What the hell? What is this? What is going on? That's a cool screenshot, actually. Got a new interaction on my Twitter. Meaty and greasy. What? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's... That's so weird. I've never seen that before. Good enough. Delay test? Yeah, there's always going to be a couple seconds of delay. Alright. Let me get some music going. I was listening to Desert Sand Feels Warm at Night earlier, so... I actually have this video, like, ready to go. I'm going to be streaming off of YouTube. Just because I don't have this in my actual library. Hold up. Why is it not playing? Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Playing Lego Star Wars? Yo, I heard those are actually pretty good. That was a very weird visual bug. Usually the funnels aren't so, like, crazy looking. Isn't there, like, multiple Lego Star Wars games? Star Wars, Harry Potter, Indiana Jones. I know Lego Star Wars has that Lego Yoda death sound that became kind of a meme. I like that one. Okay. How's my connection doing? Ooh, I'm dropping some frames here, getting red. That's not good. Full collection, which is 1 to 6. Okay, there it goes back to orange. Okay, now it's green again. Alright. I had a red connection there for a second. Yeah, I know, I know. You'll be fine, you little ship. Better delay? Well, that's good. Yeah, that was weird. I had a red connection thing. So OBS has this little indicator showing how good your connection is. If it's red, it's bad. Mine's somehow green again. It was only red for a little bit. Okay, so now that's not of a problem now. Ooh, okay. So anyway, Raph, what I'm doing is warping back home. So, as you can see, the middle, or the top bar there, 132 jumps left. So if I keep a good pace, shouldn't be too long till I'm back home. Okay, that's not a scoopable star for some reason. Even though that's definitely a normal looking star. Oh, right. I thought I was in the camera mode, but not. That was Deep Space Scanner. Alright. You have news? Do tell. You're by now, huh? Okay. Well, I don't know. Do I say congratulations to that? It is nice that you've come to terms with that, though. Proud of you. Is there something that kind of like... Is there something that kind of like helped you like figure that out? That's not how that works. I don't know. It can work however you want it to be honest. Everyone's different. I see. Yeah, it took me actually a while to, what's the word? It's not that I didn't know, I think, but it's that I didn't come to terms with it until, it took a while. I was well into my adulthood already before I was like, oh yeah, of course. You went to sites. I like how that's all, you have like ellipses for that. Oh, finally, scoopable star. I'm gonna chill here for a bit. You got college found out in college. Yeah, exactly. So you have like people around you. I wasn't really comfortable with calling myself anything until I was kind of a hermit. But it's whatever. Now you ask yourself a question. You don't have to join any clubs. You can just do whatever you want. But yes, I am glad you found out much, much earlier in life than I did. Self-segregation? You know, there is kind of a... I don't know if this is a good topic for a stream. I guess I could talk about it a little bit, though. But yeah, there is a little bit of segregation in the LGBT community in general. Depends where, though. If it's like in real life, people are way more chill about things. But online, people can be kind of nasty. But then again, you know, everyone online can be kind of nasty. No matter what. But there's a lot of like, a lot of the things about like identity policing kind of like flourish online. Where it's like, it doesn't really help anyone come to terms with who they are. They still feel like they have to fit in a certain way, you know. And I think for introducing new concepts, you know, it's kind of not the best way. But there's really no like centralized like committee that goes like, oh yeah, this is, you know, this is how we do things now. It's how people, you know, people have to just figure this stuff out organically. Oh, Swarm, what's up? Yeah, we're just doing some Elite Dangerous and playing some chill music. Gender cute. God, fuck that. That, like, what does that tell anybody? That tells me nothing about, like, who you are, you know? I feel like there needs to be some sort of, pyramid of, like, or maybe like a tree branch sort of thing. Branching paths. Specializations. like a skill tree in a video game. I don't know. Oh yeah. You went out of your comfort zone. What you up to, Swarm? And yeah, I think Fluffy is better to talk about things like this. I don't really pay attention to online discourse or anything like that. I just do my own thing. Trying your hand at the online dating scene. Well, good luck. That's honestly like... I've had some friends tell me like, oh, that's, you know, you'll never find anyone like that. You don't go online and nothing online works out. And like, I'm like, wait a second. No, like, it works for some people and it doesn't work for others, you know? But you won't know unless you try. Praying for you? Inshallah, he will be dating. Yeah, that's the thing. For people like me, and I guess you too, like, what other options do we have? Like, I don't understand how people met before the internet. You know, like, how do you, like, you have to go to bars or clubs and just meet people? What the hell? I guess my parents met because they were both, like, working somewhere. So they were co-workers. That doesn't often work out, though. A lot of workplaces, they can't, like, forbid co-worker dating, but I think there's a generally accepted guideline that they're usually a bad idea. Met someone a while back, but you just saw her there once. Yeah, that's kind of how it went for me the last time. Like, I had like one date, like, years ago. And I thought it went well, but she never called back. Kind of a shame. Like, we were having a good time, and she had all the body language, you know, that it was like, you know, she wasn't, like, repulsed by me or anything. I don't understand. You have to talk to HR if you're dating a coworker. I don't know about here. The GH3 post. Oh, Guitar Hero. Yes, listening to the Guitar Hero OST. Ref, why you have to be mad? Oh my god. Yo, that happens to everyone, I think. Oh, here we go. Okay, this one isn't glitched out. Interesting. So, Swarmy, I found earlier this neutron star that was like... Actually, it was like right when I started the stream, I jumped to a neutron system, and like... What happened? The funnels, like these things, were like glitched out, and it looked like it was going it looked like it was going so fast that it was like stretched out, and like, what's the word, like this neutron star was freaking it. I don't know how else to describe it, but there was some serious shit going on. Like, it was like the animation was messed up or something. It was right next to a normal star, so I have to wonder if it was like a gravitational thing. Oh, it's a graphical bug. Okay. Also, hopefully the music is audible, because I have it going through YouTube. But you should be hearing some, like, vaporwave right now. Nico thing? Oh, if you've ever seen nicovideo.jp, it's like the Japanese YouTube, basically. They have their own video site. I think it's gotten less and less popular over the years, but it used to be like the only thing Japanese internet used for videos. But anyway, so their comment system is unique. What they do is any comments that people make on the video will scroll across the screen at a given time, so you can comment on like you know, 3 minutes and 20 seconds of a video and just do like a string of W's for laughing. That's basically their version of lol 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 lol. Of course, they shortened it to grass, which I think is pretty funny. YouTube has that mode now? I didn't know that. But yeah, for live streaming too, because you can also do live streams on Nico. They also have the scrolling comments, and I like that a lot. Even though I have like an actual chat room overlay now on my M17 sector. That's new. I haven't been to the M17 sector before. You can enable with timestamp in the comment section, and it scrolls up with the timestamps. Interesting. But yeah, this one in particular, they implemented it as like a screen overlay. So at like a particularly funny part of a video, you know, you'll just see a bunch of strings of www. If you've played Valhalla, and Streaming Chan comes onto the screen, that's basically Nico Video comments. They got that directly from Nico Video, and I love it. Yeah. God, this album is so nice. Maybe I should turn it up a little bit. I don't know how audible it is. Turn it up just a smidge. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I think Fluff talked about it, but you thought he was referring to a streamer called Nico. I mean, there's probably a couple streamers called Nico. Nico, my cousin. Let's go VTubing. Oh yeah, so speaking of Valhalla, sort of, there's this new game that came out like this week, or maybe last week, called Anno Mutationem, and it's very cyberpunk and has like a lot of the same kind of design elements that Valhalla does. Yeah, where's Nirvana exactly? It's gonna be one of those like it's done when it's done kind of things, probably like Valve Time has. But yeah, there's this new game called Anno Mutationem, and it looks to be like it's like a 2D game with on a 3D plane, where you can like move, you know, closer and further to the camera, or further from the camera, you know. It's kind of an interesting kind of gameplay that I haven't seen a lot of in a platformer or anything. But it almost looks, it looks kind of like a beat 'em up game, but there's like a lot of different elements that I couldn't really discern from the trailer. But there's a part of the trailer where your main character is in a bar, and there's it's literally like a cyberpunk bar, and like I basically saw that and I was like, oh, this is Valhalla. Or that's a direct Valhalla reference. My avatar looks like it's fighting sleep. Yeah, I do. This is a much later stream than I'm used to, so. But I figured, you know, I was gonna do this jumping thing anyway, so I figured, why don't I just stream it? At least I can have some company. And I think, you know, I'm no big streamer or anything, but I think somebody will show up. Somebody will show up. Me and you have that relationship with Valhalla. I mean, I don't know what that means, but I do like Valhalla a lot. And I'll regularly like look up fan art and stuff, because there's a lot of really good fan art of that game. Shit, I'm gonna look where I am actually. I don't know where the M17 sector is, because this is a new sector for me. Lagoon sector. Oh yeah, this was the other. I put a waypoint here because this is another nebula with a. This is another stop on the Colonia Highway, Neutron Star Highway. But I'm going kind of. I'm going more directly to home. Apparently, there's a community thing going on over in Gliese here. But I don't know if I want to do anything about that. I think that's a Federation thing anyway. And I'm currently trying to grind up Imperial status so I can get their nice ships and everything. Excited for if they're going to do any more Anna thing. Oh, the Ghost Girl, right? Yeah, honestly, it was such a well-written game. It like immediately became one of my favorites before I was even done playing with it. Well, this is gonna be ouch. That's a bright star. Every time with these damn white stars, blue and white stars. Yeah, Imperial Cutter. They look nice. I'm gonna blind everyone here. Oh god, that hurts me, actually. Never mind. But I do like how my ship looks in the light. Look at that. I love my Diamondback so much. This is such a great ship, honestly.
Fluffy_Yaoy just resubscribed for 6 months. Damn, you stopped streaming so late. Love you, darling, but I should be asleep.
Yeah, you should be. I mean, I'm just streaming because I was gonna be jumping anyway, but I wanted to have some company. Also, hi Fluffy, thanks for resubbing. How has it been a 6-month thing already? How have I had affiliate for 6 months? Because I know you subbed like right away. M17 Sector Guck. There we go. Time is meaningless at this point. Yeah, exactly. Dude, you know what was weird? Okay. So I wasn't... Oh, okay, the music's getting a little bit louder, so let me turn that down a little bit. So I had this big chaotic collab yesterday. It was so chaotic that I can't remember who was even in chat. But like, I remember people were chatting. I just don't remember who. I'm pretty sure Raph was there. Except when trying to figure out if when a Canadian streamer is going live. I mean, our daylight savings thing didn't pass yet. It's still got to go through the House, and it's been committed like every year since like 2018. But with the media attention it's finally gotten this year, it might pass. But I do wish it was standard time instead of daylight time. I hate that. Because like, what if we're offset with Canada by an hour forever? Like, they'll have to follow suit if we do it, because there's just no way they can operate like that. We need to sync up for, like, they'll have to change their own time thing. to sync up with America, because there's no way our countries could like economically coexist like this, because we're like symbiotically economically linked. Mexico too. If they, I don't know, some countries don't do daylight savings time anyway. I'm not sure if Mexico's one of them. People in border towns are gonna be fucked. Yeah, exactly. Dude, imagine driving up to Vancouver and like having to change clocks. Like, why? Like, I get why they want more daylight hours, but I don't know. Some experts, I don't know who, but like a couple experts have said that standard time is much better for our like circadian rhythms and stuff, because we need that darkness. But just even if we like just have daylight time, it's still better than what we have now. Kyoko, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? There's a route through Arizona that you have to do 5 time changes or something. $28? I heard the numbers were something like 14,000 people a year. And it's mainly because of traffic accidents. Because people don't adjust well to time changes. So there's a lot more traffic accidents or other like fatigue-related things. School, Elden Ring, being sick, and Elden Ring. Oh my god. Yeah, I know that game's been taking up a lot of people's time. I actually don't meet the minimum requirements to play it, so I haven't. 14K is total estimated deaths. Yeah. Oh, on average, 28 people a year. Okay. Jesus. God, I was actually like, the 14,000 seemed like believable. Just because of how many traffic accidents there are in general, like a day. How expendable life is. Yeah, kind of. So Kyoko, I saw this post. It was like a screen cap of like a 4chan post, and there was this guy. So it shows your IP address on a post, and it'll like show the country where the IP address is from. This guy has like a Ukrainian flag, so he's Ukrainian, but he's like I want to, you know, I would flee and be a refugee, but Elden Ring came out and I want to play it. How have I been with my streams? Pretty good, actually. I think I'm doing, you know, for my age of my channel, pretty damn well. I just had a big collab stream yesterday, and it was pure chaos. We were playing golf with your friends, and I had barely any idea what was happening. It was like so chaotic that I couldn't like pay attention to chat. Though yesterday, I did hit 100 followers, so now I'm sitting at like 103 now, and I'm thinking of what to do for that. I'm not really sure what.
We're gonna be talking about the
Deadly anomalies.
We'll be talking about
Dangerous mutants.
Do you think that's funny?
Stalkers.
Do you find it amusing that we'll be talking about the
Anarchists.
Yes, we're also gonna be talking about
Free stalkers. Veterans and hunters.
and we will definitely be spending a lot of time talking about
Bandits.
I love that sample so much. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. That's amazing. Thanks, Gyoko. It's so... Doppel entered the chat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that cost bits. Thanks, Fluffy. That's a premium one, too. Damn. Oh, right, I'm full. Let's, accelerate out of here. Anyway, where was I? Oh, so the collab stream, I thought it was very interesting. Either I didn't notice them being played, or nobody did it, but nobody redeemed any sound alerts yesterday. I think there were, like, a couple people watching, but, I think most of them were watching the other VTubers that I was playing with. I was watching, there's this one other girl I was streaming with, who was my 100th follower, actually. God damn it. 100th follower, actually, Chips Floralia. And I went and looked at her stream earlier today to, like, see the other, like, another perspective. It was very interesting. I really like that. I can look at other perspectives and hear myself on their end. It's nice to see how my own mic sounds over Discord, for one, because I always like hearing my own volume levels and how I present myself. But also, normally I would say, like, see how cursed I am compared to them, but I was with some very cursed streamers yesterday. Yeah, we've kind of all networked into this big amalgamation of VTubers and streamers. It's really interesting. It'll be forever interesting to me how I hesitate to say content creators. I just don't like that term, but yeah, people like us, networking together, becoming friends, or enemies. I feel like a lot of the people in yesterday's collab were pretty entertaining in their own right. But it's kind of interesting how people react as complete strangers. Because, like, most of those people I'd never talked to before. I think Heather and Chips were, like, the only people that I actually knew out of that group. So it was interesting getting to know them through a game where you basically troll. Oh my god. I love this one. Oh, that's kind of loud compared to everything else. Why does that work so well? Anyway. I was so distracted by that, my engine started overheating. Fucking Among Drip voted to Gangster's Paradise. What was I saying? One day we'll become a streamer and we'll finally achieve singularity. Oh God, help us. Venting in Amogus Paradise. But no, I've been enjoying Heather's company quite a bit. I'm on her Discord even, and chat there all the time. She's been a great streamer. Her fans are interesting. Let's say there's quite some characters in her chat usually. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm still jumping. You know, I just realized, like, the sound effects, like, I was trying to go for, like, a cozy, comfy stream, but the sound effects definitely take me out of that immersion, you know? I guess that's fine, though. You guys like the sound effects, so I won't complain too much.
Yeah, man, it's so hot out there.
The girls just went, Fans. I mean, aren't you a fan? Permission to post a relevant link. You're a mod, aren't you? Or a VIP? I think you can actually post links. What was that?
Fluffy_Yaoy cheered X100. Sorry, did I break your concentration?
You did, actually. VIP? I think you can post links as a VIP. I think I set that permission. Yeah, there you go. I'm only overheating a little bit. I'll be fine. What is this? Why don't we just relax and turn on the radio? Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, what's going on? Oh, I'll be fine. This thing doesn't really take damage until you hit like 120%. I'll open this link.
Why don't we just relax and turn on the radio? Would you like M or food?
Oh, that. The Prindle stick clip. That's a good one. Would you like M or F? So that's such a good show. Suggestion for sound alert. I could put it in there, maybe. Oh, so that I got distracted from all the sound effects, but I was going to talk about. So another friend of mine, Zach and Cody. I actually, what show was that from? I thought it was like Saved by the Bell or something, but I guess not. I don't even think anyone. Some people in here might not remember Saved by the Bell. But anyway, so I have another friend of mine who is in the OSINT is how I think, or OSINT or whatever, open source intelligence, and they're like this group of people that, like, right now they're keeping track of like the war in Ukraine and like attempting to tally all the Russian casualties, which is apparently a Herculean task at the moment. But anyway, this guy is, you know, part of this Arma, like this group that plays Arma 3, right? And you know how those groups can be if you know what Arma 3 is. Basically the, you know, hyper-realistic military simulator. I don't know how realistic it really is, but they aim for realism. But anyway, one of their guys is Ukrainian, right? Right now, he's stuck there. He was gonna leave the country on a Friday, and he got invaded on Thursday, so he's like stuck in his basement basically. But my friend is upset because he still has an internet connection, despite being shelled like every hour, that's better than his. So like, this guy somehow still has internet. He's in Donetsk, I think. He still has internet, and he's getting like, 10 megabyte a second downloads. He was showing proof. despite nearby things getting shelled quite a lot. And now he can't really leave because the roads are mined, so he's kind of stuck there. But they sent over like a gas mask and some other supplies for the guy, so he can be a little more safe. But anyway, he's just been passing the time playing more Arma, and he was like, I can't tell if the explosions are real or in the game. He's fucking crazy. Yeah, 10 megabytes a second downloads, and in quite literally a war-torn region, and still playing Arma. I don't know how these people do it, man, but gamers, man. I'm sure he was excited to get a free AK out of the whole thing, because a lot of the people who play Arma are either like military otaku or like actual veterans or fascists. It's an interesting mix of the three. Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point, like Zelensky decreed like every citizen who wants to fight will get like a free AK-74 or some variant of it. Where does that put you on the scale then? You play Arma 3? Shit, I don't know. I don't think you're a fascist, so you gotta be one of the other two. Oh my god. Someone from a Discord I'm in is Ukrainian and occasionally pops in to say, still yeeting boom tubes at Russian rust buckets. So we know he's alive. Apparently there's still a lot of anti-tank rockets. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure like most Western countries have shipped like all of their anti-tank shit to Ukraine right now. You don't consider yourself a vet. I mean, if you did a tour, you're a veteran. I'd actually don't know. Have you done any tours anywhere? Ouch. Jesus. I hate these stars. I got a little blinded there. I was caught unawares. Okay. God damn. Oh, these stars are decently close together. Sadly, no up for deployment, but different company took our spot. Oh, man. I think you may have literally dodged a bullet there. Oh god. Speaking of the OSINT guy that I was talking about, today he linked a cringe video from the Terminal Lance guy, who he does like a military webcomic or something. But anyway, so there's this video of like a firing line at like a boot camp, and they're like, learning how to fire their rifles. And this guy was done with his magazine and just let it like drop out on the ground, and then it looked like he was like checking the gun or something, and there was still a bullet left in the chamber because it discharged right at his feet. And you can hear the drill sergeant in the distance going, "Are you fucking kidding me?" That guy is gonna have, well, someone's gonna be happy that they don't have to, like, clean the bathrooms that day, or that week, or that month. Because that could have ended very badly if that bullet didn't go right into dirt. Yeah, some recruit was like, you just let the mag fall out, didn't even pick it back up. Should have done the world a favor and shot himself in the testicle. Yeah, exactly. We don't need people like that fighting on the front lines. Oh my god. Oh, I'm in Droju sector now. Cool. Yeah, god, it was... I like physically cringed watching that happen. Like, I don't know. Apparently, and a lot of people in the replies have made this a similar mistake. Oh, jeez. Why are there so many of these stars? He tried to shoot his feet to get out free. I mean, that's one way to do it. I think that's a... Would that be a dishonorable discharge? If you shoot yourself in the foot? I don't know. That's a different kind of catch-22, I guess. Medical discharge? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Unless they confirm it was intentional. Yeah, that was definitely not intentional. That was just the guy being a dumbass. Yeah, people were speculating what was going on, and, like, the guy may have been checking for, like, a malfunction or something like that, but, you don't keep your finger on the trigger when doing that, you know? He was probably fresh off of the bus in boot camp or something. But yeah, again, like in the replies, apparently a handful of people have done that on accident, but shot more downrange than, 3 feet in front of them. Your monster in a cadre unit has some horror stories about training younglings, even basic shot. Ooh, oh, basic shit. Yeah. Yeah, that was really painful to watch. Even as someone who's never really... Like, I've fired a rifle before. It was a long time ago. And it was like at like a summer camp or something. And it was just like a little .22, like, hunting rifle thing. I think. Yeah. And I've shot BB guns before, but that barely counts. Oh, jeez, another one! This whole sector is full of white stars. Still going to take me to a range. Yeah, I would like to go. And yeah, Raph, I would hope so. Good lord. The key here is trained. Yeah. Yeah, that's all my interesting stories to share about what the Ukrainian war, at least. That's all I've been privy to. But this guy, said OSINT guy, is also I think in university he studied like Russian military doctrine as part of his like degree or something like that, and he's just like been needing a drink for the past 3 weeks. Like he's so mad like every day looking at how inept the Russian army is being right now. Like, you know, leaving a whole column of what was it, like surface-to-air missile batteries or something, just abandoned and like free to take. Also, they've lost, what, like 4 generals now? Yeah, 4. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, the, you know, average Russian citizens gotta suffer for it because of all that shit. Another friend of mine's wages basically got cut in half over the past couple weeks, too. Well, not cut in half, but, like, you know, worth half. The farmers, yeah. I'm sure there's been a lot of conversations about in the past couple weeks about the word gypsy, because there's a lot of them in Ukraine. Of course, you know, they're Roma people, but you know, the gypsy thing is kind of a slur. But a lot of people don't know that. Let's throw some untrained guys to war. How bad could it be? You know, apparently some of these units that are being lost are like elite tank units and stuff like that. So I don't even know if they're untrained. Starting to fall asleep in your chair. Yeah, that's not good. Bad for your back. But yeah. Good night, Swarm. Thanks for hopping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. Yeah, it does. Aw. I really like that dino emoji there. That's good. Oh boy. Ooh, I'm yawning too, actually, but I can keep going for... Realistically, I can keep going for a while. How many jumps do we have left? 100. Oh, look at that. I'm right at 100 jumps left. So right now, I'm thinking about, or I've been thinking about since yesterday, what to do to celebrate 100 subscribers. Obviously, this is not a celebration stream. This is just me passing time. However, we can brainstorm while I'm doing this. Oh wait, I'm clear of the sun. All right. Draju. No. No feed pics. I don't even have like the bottom half of my model finished yet. Oh yeah, that's a thing I should do actually. Is like fix the clothing on my model and then debut or something, like have that debut stream I was talking about, where I do like an official debut thing where I'm like, hey, this is who I am, this is what I'm into, what kind of streams I do, just like a general like info stream, basically how Holo and Niji do it. And I guess how a lot of other indie VTubers kind of copy that model as well. Bit of a mess accurately describing people of the tradition, because generalized terms are typically used to denigrate. Also, while I only know a couple folks, the people described, they use the G word because they are Pashti. They hate being called Romani. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not really sure. They would just rather use the G word. I mean, I know some Native Americans don't mind like being called Indian, but they're kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. I do have a native friend who's a tribal leader nearby, actually. His tribe has a few struggles, let's say. Like their numbers are dwindling pretty rapidly. Not a lot of elders have like... He's basically taken it upon himself to like document the tribe and everything and the traditions, because not a lot of other people have done it apparently. Yeah, I mean, technically I'm a Native American because I was born here. I'm just not like native, you know? I guess would indigenous be more appropriate, like how Canada does it? Well, if they treated their indigenous people well, that would be it would be appropriate. Good bit of good intentions without good thought. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know the whole, like... It's kind of the same with, the whole, like, Latinx, concept. Like, calling people Latinx instead of Latino or Latina. Like, I know a lot of people who absolutely hate that. And then some people... or like there was some mentions of trying to do that with Filipinos too. So someone suggested Filipina-X or something, and every Filipino I know was like, dude, fuck that. Because it's not like a gendered term at all. Like Tagalog is different. They have gendered words, but they're not at the same time. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, it doesn't fit the syntax of Spanish, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess Brazil will be Latin America too, but do you consider yourself a Latino as a Brazilian? You're kind of unique in South America. You don't look Latino. That's the thing, like, there's a lot of Latinos that don't look Latino. Like, I know an Argentinian dude with red hair and white skin. Like, you know, they don't, not all of them look like, you know, what people think a Latino looks like. A lot of South America has a European descent, same as up here. Yeah. $96. How was that only 4 jumps the last time I checked? Damn, this is taking a long time. I was gonna check something, but I completely forgot to like what I was gonna look for. We got distracted by something. Let me look. I don't know. Latinoid. Yeah. Basically that. Ooh. Don't mind if I yawn a little bit. Ooh, boy. Sleepy stream. Please don't say yeah, Latinoid sounds bizarre. I don't like that either. It'd be like calling myself a Caucasianoid. Which, by the way, Caucasian doesn't even apply to white people. Like, people from the Caucasus are definitely darker skinned. So I don't know how that caught on, but I think a lot of official forms started just putting white down instead of Caucasian. Caucasoid. Oh, I refueled twice out of that one. Interesting. Frameshift drive charging. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna mention some other new thing, like a new topic, but I can't remember what it was. I guess it wasn't that important. Latinite. You'll throw me a salad? Oh man, this music is so good. By the way, if anyone's wondering what album this is, it's Desert Sand Feels Warm at Night is the name of the artist. And the title is in Japanese, New World Disciples. Okay, they probably Google translated that. But it's probably accurate. Let me look. Shinsekai no Deshitashi. Tachi. Yeah, that's accurate. It's a pretty simple phrase. I keep looking at OBS and like seeing the Elite Dangerous screen and going like, oh, this must be the screen I'm supposed to control. No. Oh my god, Fluff. So, oh, that reminds me. Okay, so this collab stream yesterday, what seemed to be the thing I've noticed this with other streams too that are just full of people. I especially like VTubers and streamers. The humor tends to kind of default to like lewd sex jokes, basically, and that was definitely happening quite a bit in the collab yesterday. Like, I guess it's easily relatable humor, because everyone was a teenager at some point. But even sometimes I was like, man, this is going a little too much for me. But I don't want to say anything because, you know, there's like, I don't want to be the party pooper, you know. What's up, Deputy? It was still a lot of fun though. Really enjoyed the company. There were some really great moments yesterday. I haven't uploaded it to YouTube yet, but I'll get that up sometime. The problem was, okay, so right at the beginning, something was like wrong. I could not get my overlays working. It was odd. Neither the StreamKit basic Discord overlay or the reactive portrait thing was working. And I want to say that like restarting Discord would fix it. And I probably should have just done that, but I'll remember that for next time. Because StreamKit was going like, cannot connect to the Discord client. And I have a feeling it's, I don't know, maybe Discord was open too long and didn't know it was there. Like it just forgot that Discord was on or something like that. I'm also using the Better Discord plugin, which like gives me a lot more options and stuff. I don't know if that actually affects anything, because it's just basically like web-based enhancements over normal Discord. Police alert. Oh no. It's the cops. But anyway, Deputy, how are you doing today? I use Discord in my browser. No, Discord is a browser, technically. It's just a program running Chromium. So, theoretically, there's no difference between running it in the browser or standalone. I mean, it was kind of designed that way. Several hours trying to get a group of people together onto Minecraft. Ooh, yeah. Normally that's easy, but if you have stuff like mods, that can be kind of a pain in the ass. I have a horror story with trying to play Minecraft with somebody who wanted to have like 80 different mods, all installed separately. She wanted to pick and choose everything, and then kept linking more and more mods for me to try, and I'm like, look, I don't want to install 200 mods for Minecraft. I just need one. And then a lot of these mods were like combat related. God, it was so irritating. It was like one of them, okay, so one of them added this monster that shows up in the daytime when I'm like trying to build stuff, and it was this like wolf bat thing. What was it? It was like called like Alex's Mobs or something. And I absolutely hated it. It was like this wolfman bat thing that would fly around and it would stun lock you. Like if I didn't get a hit in on it, it would just keep hitting me until I died. And I was just trying to build stuff, and this was during the daytime. It was irritating. You need to consume rest. Have a lovely what the fuck it is for you. Yeah, I don't know what time it is anymore. But good night, Fluffy. Thanks for popping in, and have a good sleep. Half people couldn't make it, other half showed up, which led to 3 of them getting into a fight and 2 of them leaving. Oh my goodness. So you didn't have a very agreeable crowd, huh? Oops. Was this for a stream or anything, or? What does it say on my corner? 7:01, so it's 11:01 for me. So not too late. Oh, did that not work? Oh no, I don't think the sound redeem worked. Interesting. I think Heather was having that problem too. She was saying she was going to refund some people their points, but Raph, I know you have enough that it doesn't matter. Actually, no, wait, you squandered all your points doing something. You're a scam, Kelly Overcoat. Yes, I know. Look at my channel points. They're called disposable monkey NFTs. Oh yeah, you have 650 now. That's interesting. I wonder why it doesn't work. Maybe I need to refresh the thing. Let me see. Refresh cache of current page. Loading sound alerts browser source. Browser source. I'll test it again. I'll take my refund later. Yeah, I refreshed the source, so see if that worked. Thankfully, this is a very chill stream. Don't have to do very much here. So, this is a good time for testing. Yeah! So that worked. Okay, so I guess I just needed to refresh the page. Or refresh the object. Not too bad. Thankfully, that was a much easier fix than a lot of other things. Alright. Did you turn it off and on again? I literally did. That was literally what I did. Just refreshed it. I have so many browser sources on my scene right now. Jesus. Got like 5. Thankfully I have the RAM for it now though. Like, Sulfur got me that extra 16 gigs of RAM, and that's really been helping. I feel so stupid about that. Like, I thought I had 32 gigs when I built this PC. God damn it, Raph. Yeah, I thought that when I built this PC in, like, I think 2017 or so, I put 32 gigabytes of memory in there. But for some reason there was only 16, and I don't know why. And I didn't realize this until, like, last year. So I was running with 16 gigabytes thinking I had 32 for like a good 4 years. Chrome stole my RAM. Yeah, exactly. I think I might have had 32 and then Chrome like made it evaporate. Because I was using Chrome on this PC for a while. I switch between Chrome and Firefox depending on whether one stops working or not. Or Edge. Because Edge is basically Chrome now, let's face it. There's literally no difference between Edge and Chrome now. Just like a skin, maybe. Like the interface is slightly different. No? Edge is no? What? No, it's fine. It's Chromium based. It's actually super fast now, too. When it was, like, the first version of Edge was really bad. Or no, I should say it was actually good, but the lack of support was bad. Like, there wasn't... Like, since it wasn't Chromium, you couldn't have all those cool plugins and extensions. You had to code them separately, and there was not a lot available for it. But it was built into Windows. Didn't have to install anything. Yes. Yes, in fact, I am. Anyway. Let me see something here. Oop. Here's your refund. Ah! There. There's feet. Enjoy feet. I'm slightly homophobic? Oh my god. Against who? Myself? Anyway. There. Look at them default Vroid feet. Oh god. Yeah. Look at that. Look at them legs. It's good stuff. That's a sneaker reveal, not feet. Well, I can't take these off. I'm not allowed. Anyway. Yes. Okay, there we go. Anyway, where was I? You've been scammed twice now. Good. Oh, the album's over. I gotta think of a new one. I stream until I find a diamond. I'm looking at the YouTube recommended now, and it's like Nina Kosaka nonstop. Her streams are too fun to watch, to be honest. Let's see. Maybe I'll try this one. Underwater Computing Aquarius. Ooh, it's kind of nice. It is now midnight for me. I'll probably stream for a little bit more. Let's see. 86 more jumps left. I'll go till like maybe... I'll see how I feel at 75. You know how you feel betrayed. Yeah. Stay mad. I don't have feet. Actually, let me see something here. Let me refill my fuel and then figure something out. Okay. Let me look up, Oh, that's the old version. Crap. You've been having this in your head for a while. You want to climb Mount Everest. Oh. Well, you better start training for it. because wow, that's a literally a lofty goal. Okay, this album's a little bit louder than the other one. Turn it down a little bit. Oh, this one's a multi-artist one. I don't think I'll get DMCA'd for this. Probably. Do you want to throw a bad pickup call, but you'll be mad at me? I mean, if I know going in that it's bad on purpose, feel free. Go nuts. Let me see something here. Oh, this looks terrible. Let me see this. Okay. I was gonna ask if you'd let me train on those mountains you call leg. Oh my god. What? That makes no sense. Don't save. Okay. Documents. You know what, Rafi? Here you go. Here you go. Okay. Look at those terrible feet. You are satisfied? Good. Let me do something here. What the heck? Why does it do the opposite thing? Let me see. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Enjoy. Just imagine these are hanging in the cockpit of the ship. Okay, this is terrible. Okay. Okay, that's enough of these. That's a hanged body. Maybe. Okay. That's enough feet for now. We are not degenerates here. Most of the time. Okay. Oh, kind of like the beat in this one. 83 jumps more. Ref, when everyone's a deviant, no one will be. Didn't you learn that from The Incredibles? Jesus. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way for the face to pop up on the screen when you redeem that. Like, I want the Yi face to like be on the screen. Like, I think Doppel has something like that shows a picture. I think also, oh yeah, she has this other redeem where she goes like super wide too, which is really funny. I wonder if there's a way for me to do that. Let me see something. Oh, I have to unlock my... Oh no, it is unlocked. Okay. Yeah! Oh god. I've dragged it off screen. What's happened? Let's see. Ooh. Yes. The boner counter. Let me see. So yes. Do 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 do. Okay, I have to fix this. Transform. Reset transform. There we go. Excellent. Okay, I need to make maybe... Oh, that's the game screen. Maybe this goes a little smaller? Nah, let me see here. Reset transform. There we go. Wide fluffy. Very good. Okay, I just gotta make myself smaller here. I think that's better. Because then I'm not, like, warped, I guess. Hip reveal. You've seen those. See? Oh, too low now. Like, haven't you seen my full body yet? Like, I've posted pictures. Like, hold on a second. Yeah. See? There it is. That's how bad my back looks, by the way. Like, I did the texture on the shirt myself, and then like where it gathers at the back is like butt reveal. Yeah, I want better shorts than this, or like better pants, period. Like, I don't know what I want down there. Oh god, I have to like reset everything. There we go. Jeez. Okay, maybe I do need to scale this thing down. Yeah, there we go. All right. Anyway, what was I doing? Jumping. I haven't jumped in too long. Posture check. Oh, okay.
Ready to engage.
Oh.
4, 3.
That was a good stretch. Oh.
Fuel scooping.
Yes. Man, I'm glad people showed up to this. I think a lot of people are, I think a lot of people filtered out though because they gotta go to bed, but of course Raph is still up. Did you know if you weigh steel wool, burn it, and weigh the ashes will be heavier? Then Raph, answer me this. What's heavier? A pound of steel wool or a pound of steel wool ash? Oh, Deputy's still here. Hello. You're a late bean. I am too, apparently. Wait, did you not notice I had a hairband? 3:30 a.m. where you live? Oh, you must be on the East Coast. I think. Yeah, Easter time. You know what I find kind of remarkable? I mean, I know the population's way higher over on the East Coast, but I noticed for like North American streamers, a lot of them are out east. I've never seen a lot of people mention like Pacific time, or like I have, but not nearly as much as Eastern. I guess because everyone out west is outside, because we have nature. I mean, there's nature on the East Coast too, I guess, but you shouldn't be engaging in chat past 3 a.m. You start getting a bit too lewd. Dude, you're lewd all day. Come on. Some people worry about you, Raph. Dude, to be honest, when I was watching Sulfur's birthday stream, you were out of pocket, dude. You were going crazy. I don't know what the fuck happened. But you were like wilding out. Everyone was talking about porn, you just gave your expert's opinion. Yeah, I suppose.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sulfur Tunnels, thanks to Google for Rule 34. Yeah, that was a wild stream. What I caught of it anyway. Oh, new sector time. Blia Eon.
Fuel scooping.
The LP chart was just a joke. Oh my god. You know, the My Little Pony jar hasn't even been the worst thing I've seen on the internet, but I guess it's the worst like thing you can reference without like being too graphic, I suppose. Though everyone knows what like Goatsy is and stuff like that. I think. I actually hope some of the people growing up right now never have to experience Goatsy. It's best buried in the depths of the old internet. Capybara Spa, and it was something that was fun. Oh, Capybara Spa sounds actually... That sounds cute. Oh. Meanwhile, so over on the Hololive side of things, Gura has her chum jar. Where it was like, what was it? I think it was like a script setup where like super chats get like an object that falls into the jar or something like that, but she called it the chum jar, knowing full well what that means, what that entails. Goatsee's site is unfortunately dead. Well, yeah, I imagine all those old shock sites and stuff that haven't been updated in a while. A lot of those probably had their certifications expire or something. Especially plain old HTTP sites that aren't HTTPS. Like, you can kind of access them in new browsers, but they really don't want you going to those for some reason. Even though, you know, old school HTTP sites are just fine, to be honest. They're not, like, inherently dangerous. We were using HTTP for a long time. What, 30 years? That was just normal. Yeah, that's what they say. But they shouldn't lock people out from using them. Like, Google has, like, unilaterally decided one day... Oh, shit. That set off my phone. No. My God. Okay. Just talking about them sets my phone off. I hate that so much. Oh my God. Thing is, there's a lot of websites where they can't update it. Like, the owner, like, forgot about the site, or like they're dead or something, but the site's still up on a server somewhere. You know, edge cases. How's Celeste going? I'm almost done. I was gonna do a Celeste stream at a normal time at some point. Maybe not this week. Maybe next week. But I'm pretty sure I have one more stream of it to go. So I'm very excited. There we go. If you dare finish the game while you're traveling, I swear to God. Yeah, I don't know. I never really plan... Okay, I'm at 75 jumps left. I never really plan these things, you know? Like, I don't have this... I don't have the ability to say, like, oh, next Thursday at 7 I'll be streaming Celeste. Not yet, at least. How the hell did I get so far from home? A job. Like, when starting out this adventure, I can show you actually on the map. As I refuel. Let me show you. So, let's see here.
Oh my God!
So here I am. Home is around here. There it is. I took a job from Coin, my home system, and he wanted to go, where was it? He wanted to go all the way, where was it? Over here, pretty sure. Or wait a second. One of these systems. Yeah, I think here or here somewhere. But anyway, so he wanted to go, and he was paying like, I think 15 mil for the privilege of taking him out there to see a planet. And I took him out there, and one of the conditions he set was, like, when he didn't like getting scanned. He didn't like the ship getting scanned because it made him feel unsafe, even though he was a perfectly legal person to transport. He's just ouch, Jesus. He's just paranoid, I guess. So anyway, he got scanned a little too many times when I found a system that had a station so I could repair. And he ditched the mission, and he wanted to get let off at the nearest station. So I was like, shit. But I was almost to the destination. Oh, BRB. Oh my gosh. I guess I can wait till Raph gets back. Yeah, Kyoko was there. God, that was so infuriating. Clipped. Oh, that's why you were BRBing. But yeah, he canceled the mission on me in the middle of getting over there, but I decided to continue on out of spite to see what he wanted to see, and it was actually a gorgeous location. So I'm glad I still went, actually. But it was 18,000 light years from the home system. Therefore, a very long trip. So what I'm going to do when I go back to Koine, I'm in much closer proximity to Guardian sites. Guardian sites will give you materials to upgrade your things. And I can get parts for a Guardian FSD booster, which, as you can see my ship here, current light year jump is distance is 40 light years. It would change it to something like 70. So I could almost cut my time in half going anywhere in this ship. Because this ship has, I think, one of the longest jump ranges in the game. You can get it up to 80 light years if you really strip down the parts. I don't want to do that, but because I like having a suite of things to use. But if I wanted to strip the thing down, I could get up to 80 light year jumps. But right now, I'm limited to 40 light years between stars. So this would up that limit to 70, and that would make jumping a lot easier and a lot faster. You hope you keep your promise? Hold up. What is this? I'm going to play this clip. What did I do? Oh, next Thursday at 7, I'll be streaming Celeste. Oh. God damn it. I can't believe I was taken out of context like this. I'm gonna stream it and finish it on Tuesday just to spite you. Actually, when are you traveling, by the way, back home? I gotta scam us? I'm scamming you specifically. I have no interest in scamming anyone else. Not telling. Okay, I guess Tuesday will work fine. Especially because Thursday, I probably have another collab stream because Heather wants to do another one. And I think Thursdays are when we're all available. Tuesday works though, okay. But yeah, Thursdays are when most of us are available, so it seems to work out. Seriously, you go Wednesday. Okay. So I'll try to stream it before then, so that you can actually watch before your trip. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, so there was a thing I saw earlier, right? I saw this streamer. Won't name names, but I don't think any of you who would know who they were anyway. But she was using this little thing. It's kind of cute. There was this thing on the bottom of her screen on her layout, and it was like little like pixel characters, and they're, you know, walking around, bouncing around at the bottom of the screen, and it's like a randomly assigned thing where they put their username like over these little characters, so whoever's like in the chat gets their name on one of those things, and like the more people there are, the more they're on the screen. The problem though is that I was just there to lurk. I don't want people to know I'm there, so I don't know how I feel about that. Deleted the clip to avoid confusion. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I was thinking about this, and I was like, wait a second. That would mean, because I've had it happen before, because another streamer has the same thing. And it shows me on the screen whether I'm chatting or not. And I'm like, wait, I want to lurk. I don't want people to know I'm here. I just want to relax and not be bothered. So I don't know how I feel about that personally. Because I like to remain hidden unless I have something to say. Oops. Should only show chatters. There might be a setting for that. I don't know. Because this other streamer, I didn't show up then, at least. But I dipped not too long after checking her out. And then I recalled this tweet that I saw earlier, and it was like what was it? It was something about Ninja, and like not doing what Ninja does. Apparently there was something where he does, like, he calls out lurkers for like not chatting or something, and like tries to interact with lurkers to like get them to interact with his stream more or something. But like, obviously this is terrible. This is a terrible way to stream. Then again, he is worth like what, $200 million or something like that. But still, you know, you don't have to run your stream like Ninja to be successful. See me lurking on Fluff sometimes feel like calling me out. Do you think she wanted to talk to it? Yeah. Though, to be honest, when I'm watching Fluffy, I usually say hi at least. Wait a second. This song. This is fucking Airwolf. That was Airwolf that they sampled for that song. I don't know if anyone picked up on that. That was a clever sampling, I think. I liked that. That goes for a lot of people, Cider especially. Ever heard the music Flamingo? The fucking Caro Caro Bonito song? Yeah, unfortunately I have. Not really a fan of KKB, to be honest. Quero Quero is a Brazilian bird. So, Caro Caro Bonito, basically, oh yeah, I know what bonito means. I know some Spanish. Caro Caro. Yeah, they're weebs, so of course it means, frog, fish.
System scan complete.
They're British and sing and weeb. Yeah, they really do. I have feelings about Caro Caro Bonito. Coincidentally means pretty bird in Portuguese. I like that better, actually. How come nobody appropriates Brazilian culture instead of Japanese? Why is it got to be Japanese all the time? Only like Flamingo, though. Oh yeah, so I made this thing. Hold on a second. I made this thing years and years ago. Let me see.
4, 3, 2,
Oh, here we go. Okay, that was the thing I made. I basically took the intro and just like made it very fast, and I thought that was very funny. Florida theme song. The Arms has a lot of capoeira. Yeah, there is a lot of bossa nova in a lot of places. Yeah, that's true. In the U.S., there was a big push for, I want to say in the like late 50s, but especially the 60s, among like the older crowd, there was a big trend for this. They made this genre called like exotica, is what they call it. I gotta use the exotica. I gotta use echo for that. But anyway, it was basically like people, a bunch of white dudes in a big band, performing like foreign sounding music or whatever, and it would get played on like the Lawrence Welk show and stuff like that. And bossa nova was one of those things that kind of made its way up here through that. Yeah, being called exotic is bullshit. But yeah, you know, bossa nova is really good, and it's like globally popular for a good reason. There's actually, back when I did my Toho radio show, I played a lot of bossa nova Toho covers. There's a whole circle that just does nothing but they put out like Toho Bossa Nova Volume 8 or whatever, and it's just this endless stream of bossa nova covers of Toho music. But that's really good, though. Yeah. It's just that it's a really nice kind of relaxing genre to listen to. Oh, I forgot to turn on the other music. There we go. Ooh. So see those solar flares right here? Like, those aren't dangerous apparently to just fly into. MPB is good but less popular, also not really a genre. What's MPB? Música popular brasileira. Brasileira? Yeah. Brazilian pop. Brasileira. Really different from American pop. Yeah, Mexico has kind of the same thing. And also the Philippines. Like Mexico has, I can't remember what they call it, but it's kind of the same concept. And then in the Philippines they have they call it OPM, Original Filipino Music, which is really funny because OPM is the name of a Yamaha FM chip that's really cool. But anyway, yeah, OPM, though it's not much of a thing anymore, but it was big in the 80s. So if you look up OPM on YouTube, there's a lot of like really cheesy like 80s pop ballads and stuff. It's great, actually. I used to have a when I worked at the thrift store, I used to have a tape that I found that got donated, and it was a tape full of OPM, and I would use that to test out stereos that I would get in at the electronics section to like see if they were, see if they worked so I could sell them. So I would put them in there and jam out to some really cheesy song. And of course, like half of my coworkers were Filipino and older too, so they would know all the songs. And they're like, "Oh, I remember that song. That's such a nice song. You like Filipino music?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, it sounds nice." They always looked at me because I'm white, very white. But I would know about things that they're like surprised that I know about, like OPM being one of them. Another thing being, the other thing was the My Way murders. So in the Philippines, there's an urban legend where if you sing My Way by Frank Sinatra at karaoke, you will get murdered at some point. Like not long after, or like when you exit the karaoke place, someone will just kill you. And nobody knows how this started. I think it was a coincidence or something, but there's all these stories that people either know or made up where some guy sang My Way and got like stabbed or something. Best folklore. Yeah, Filipino folklore is amazing. But yeah, like I just like learned all these things about like Filipino culture from being online so much, and like knowing about their food and stuff like that, and they're like shocked that I know any of this stuff, because most of the American-born Americans, have no idea about any other cultures or anything like that. There's a lot of Americans that don't know like anything about any other country, and it's really sad when you think about it, because there's so much out there. There's so much to learn, and learning it is really fun to me. Like, I love learning about stuff like that. Like getting murdered because you sang Frank Sinatra. That's, well, I mean, they're getting murdered, but it's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious that they would get murdered for singing Sinatra, mainly, not the fact that they're getting murdered. I have to clarify that for the stream. But also, learning about their food, because it's, and like other cultures' food and basic words in their language and idiosyncrasies of their cultures and stuff like that. I just find it all really fascinating. And I don't know why anyone would like not be interested in this, especially when the internet is right at your fingertips. You can just look these things up. Your food is dope? I mean, okay. Fingertips? Yeah, exactly. There's actually there's a classic YouTube poop called It's All Right Here at Your Fingertips, and it's this YouTube poop of like a 90s instructional video about how to use the internet. Which is hilarious on its own, but like the YouTube poop is really good. Música. popular brasileira. Música popular brasileira. How did I do? I'm sorry for butchering your beautiful language. Anyway. Anyway. So I'll admit, Brazilian food, I don't know much about it other than churrascaria, I think. Like if you go to a steakhouse, because they have Brazilian steakhouses up here, where you go and they have meat on swords and they go around and carve the meat off of the sword for you. And up here it's like really fancy. Like the place near me that is like Fogo de Chão, I think. Yeah, Fogo de Chão is like $60 a person. It's super expensive. Oh, churrascaria. Okay. So the emphasis is on the Rio. God, ever since I've heard Heather say that Rio thing, I can't get it out of my head. Rio. I feel like if I say that too much, he's gonna come in.
System scan complete.
God, that guy is something else, isn't he? Pure meat, of course, is expensive. Yeah, that's true. But I imagine, given exchange rates, like if I go down there and get that like in Rio or something, it'd be much cheaper for me because I have U.S. dollars. Yes, U.S. dollar supremacy. Except when I go to like Europe or Japan or something, because shit's expensive there. I know that much. Those big swords or skewers called espeto.
Fuel scooping complete.
Yeah, it's a really interesting way of serving food. I'm not sure why there's swords. I guess because you put it over the fire and cook it on that. But it's really interesting, and I like the system they have where you have like there's a little thing you can flip, and it's red and green, and if you turn it on the green side it means go, and if you turn it on red it means stop. so you put it on green and they just like swarm your table, and you're like, hey, you want this chicken, you want this lamb, and you got to be like yes to everything because it all looks so good. Yeah, it's not as common here, but Fogo de Chão is a pretty good, there's a Fogo in like every major city, but it's not like a common thing. There's another chain called Novelos, I think, that's about the same quality-wise and about the same price-wise. They really went all out. Yeah, they did. Though, of course, yeah, any major city should have, like, a Fogo in it. Them appearing every 20 seconds is accurate. Oh, baby. But yeah, it's definitely, like, a special occasion kind of thing. And the last time we went, okay, so I have this friend who works for Boeing, right? So he's got a pretty good paycheck. But he saw we went to Fogo, and they had this it was this big Wagyu steak, right? And he was like, I want that. So this steakhouse with the Wagyu steak, I think it was like $100 or something like that. But it comes out and it's on a salt block. And they cooked it on the salt block because reasons, I guess. But it was so tender and moist. And it was so good. Oh my god. I'm getting hungry again just thinking about it. Like, my mouth is watering. I should take a sip. But yeah, they had Wagyu beef, and it was incredible. And the salt, like, you'd think, being on a salt block, that it would be super salty, right? No, it was perfectly salty. Like, it wasn't overly anything. It was just this really nice savory bite of meat. Now I want it again. Man. Yeah, and apparently, since it's a salt block, I was thinking like, man, that's a kind of a waste of a big salt block, and but apparently they can reuse it because it's salt, so it's sterile. Like it kills any bacteria or whatever that would theoretically form on it if it was not salt. We use a lot of coarse salt for the churrasco. It helps contain the juice and makes the taste amazing. Yeah. I've seen recipes for steak too, where they cook it like they basically make a mountain of salt and they put the thing inside it, and it's almost like a salt igloo or something. But then they chop it out, or what, they chip it out of it, and then what remains inside is this amazingly delicious meat. But yeah, it seems like meat's kind of Brazil's thing, though. I don't know if you have any healthy food options down there. But I will say the salad bar at Fogo is pretty damn good, honestly. You can go just for that too, and it's like $10 as opposed to 60. But then you look at the menu for the churrascaria, and it's like, oh, I want that instead. So you end up getting the meat anyway because it looks so damn good. You eat a lot of meat, especially in the South. You have good beef down there, apparently, from what I hear. Famous churrasco de domingo, Sunday churrasco. Oh, okay. Oh, domingo is the same in Portuguese as in Spanish. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You got a lot of land down there. Oh, M25 sector. That's new. Jumping to M25 sector UAL B97. I think it's the only day that's the same. Interesting. Domingo, segunda, terça, cuarta, quinta, sexta, sábado. Sábado is the same. Just the weekends, huh? You have the weekends in common. So that's important. Let's see if I can remember the Spanish names of the week. There's oh shit. I know Domingo, Lunes, Martes. What is Wednesday? What is Wednesday? Miércoles? And then something for Thursday. And then what was Thursday? No, I think Friday is Nueves, isn't it? Oh, so I was right about miércoles. Okay. That's good. I'm glad my Spanish lessons aren't completely evaporated from my brain. Friday is viernes. Okay. Of course, Nueves is new. Oh! Thursday is Jueves. Why did I not know this? Every Thursday, Sulfur has a redeem called Feliz Jueves. I should know this by now. Feliz Jueves. And then a picture of Asuka shows up on the screen. I have no idea how that meme came to be, but I love it. Happy Thursday. Listen, I don't make the rules. It's Asuka who says Feliz Jueves.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh my god. Yeah, I learned like 2 years of Spanish in high school, and I think I forgot most of it. I only know like really basic nouns and anything related to, I think, tense and what else is there? Tense and like who you're talking to is like completely lost on me.
Fuel scooping.
Like, okay, for example, like, I know that there's, like, oh, what the heck? It's like a bunch of planets all in a row. There's, like, a bunch of different forms of words, like if you want to say I have, it's, like, yo tengo, or if you want to say someone else has something, it's, like, Su tienes or something. I don't know. I don't know those forms. Like, that's completely lost on me. And every now and again I'm like, I need to brush up on that, because if I grasp that concept, then I'd be pretty good at conversational Spanish. But it just completely, it baffles me. Also, the fact that some Spanish countries have nosotros and vosotros, and some countries have something else, because Spanish is different in every country.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Like, vosotros is like a form of you guys, or yous guys, and I think that's like proper Spaniard Spanish, I want to say. You tenho, tu tens, ele tem, nos temos, vos tens, ellos tem. Vosotros is you plural. Okay. Yeah, you probably know more Spanish than me just by,
Fuel scooping.
I don't know. Actually, you're not really in proximity to a lot of countries, because, like, Brazil's borders is mostly the Amazon, isn't it? But I'm sure you know, you pick up a lot of Spanish down there anyway.
Fuel scooping complete.
And realistically, we do too in the U.S. just because of the sheer amount of Mexicans that exist in this country.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think there's at least like 20 plus million like Spanish speakers in the U.S. Actually, no, there's probably way more than that. It's been a while since I checked. Only the northern borders, the west ones are pretty roady. Okay. Argentinos come all the time and we go there all the time. Oh, that's cool. Now I'm thinking about when I worked for fast food. Literally all of my coworkers were Mexican. And there was this one lady, I loved this lady, Catalina, and she would always say "ay ay ay corazón" as like some form of, I think it was like when she was like fed up with something or exasperated or something, but it was really cute. Rich Argentinos come here for the beaches they don't have. Yeah, those beaches, man, you're kind of world famous for that too. Also, you know, kind of gross, but like a bunch of dudes up here in the US are like, oh man, Brazilian girls are so hot, you know, and they like kind of, it's yet another thing to like objectify them for, I guess. You have a fuck ton of beaches, but only a handful are blue flag. What's blue flag? Is that like okay to swim in or something? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they aren't, but it seems to be that seems to be the focus of a lot of what's the word? College guys here, like the stereotypical like wannabe alpha male types, you know, the jocks. List of the cleanest beaches. Okay.
Fuel scooping.
Blue means one of the cleanest in the world. Okay. Oop.
Fuel scooping complete.
Haven't been to the beach in a long time. Up here in the Pacific Northwest, we have quite a few beaches. Not a lot of sandy ones, though. They're mostly pebble beaches, which are nice in their own way. And it's definitely too cold to swim, so you're not going to the beaches to swim here for sure.
4, 3, 2,
You live an hour's drive away from a blue flag. Nice. That bitch violent, though. Like, good waves? Ouch. Jeez. Oh. God, I hate that. I hate those suns. Just gonna do that. Lost my sunglasses on him. Oh, geez. Now, what we do have here is a lot of really fun rivers.
fuel scooping complete.
Though a friend of mine lost his glasses on the river this summer. So, like, near the end of the summer, when the glacial runoff is, like, at its warmest, like, the waters had time to... The rivers have had time to, like, heat up and warm up. It's really nice. And then a friend of mine, like, invited us to go float out on there. Actually, I may have talked about this, like, when I started streaming, because it was like during when I first started streaming again, like apparently 6 months ago now. But yeah, we went inner tubing on the river, and it was just like this really chill, like you just get on an inner tube and you sit down and you pack a bunch of snacks and you just chill on the river and enjoy the sunshine, because we don't get a lot of it up here. Sea is warmest at the end of the day when it is warmed up already. Yeah, for us it takes like the whole season. And then some lakes, there's one lake here in this state that's so deep that it actually never warms up. It's one of those ones that's so deep you can't see the bottom. And apparently, a long time ago, I want to say like in the 50s or 60s, a school bus like careened off the road and ended up in the lake. And it's at the bottom somewhere, but it's such a deep lake that they can't find they can't find it. They don't know how to look for it. So it's basically a kind of depressing to think about, actually. That's not a cool fact at all, but that's it's a school bus graveyard at the bottom of the lake. Fluff has joined the Caparina Appreciation Club. Am I saying that right? Caipirinha?
Shift drive charging.
Ooh, 49 jumps left. I actually kept going, like... Caipirinha. Nya.
4,
NH means NY. Okay. Nya. Why does everyone do the nya? Because we're weebs, Raph. It's in my DNA. Why wouldn't you do the nya? Ah, 8:12. Dnya. IDW Dnya. Oh man. I wonder how well a Girls Frontline stream would do. I still play that game like every day. It's one of my favorite cell phone games. I was really into like Arknights for a while, and then it just got too time consuming to enjoy, and it was like too difficult. So I actually just stopped playing. Dink. Yeah, I used to play like a bunch of cell phone games, and then I really pared it down. And the only ones I play now are Princess Connect and Girls Frontline, because they both respect my time. Like if I just want to log in and do the daily quests and everything, it doesn't take very long. I can do Princess Connect's dailies in like 10 minutes maybe, whereas like if I wanted to do Arknights, it would take me a whole hour, and that's just way too much. They expect me to do way too much in that game. You have nothing. It's probably better that way. I will say the Girls Frontline story is really good, but of course the problem with Mobage is the ever-evolving story like can't end, or else the game ends. So, you know, is Girls Frontline any good? It's a complicated question, or a complicated answer, I should say. I love it because I'm a veteran of Kantai Collection, which was like suffering, especially trying to play it nowadays in 2022. Kankole is very slow and clunky. I think it's fun, but that's very subjective. A lot of people stopped playing it for a lot of reasons. It's definitely the buggiest phone game that I've ever played. There's a lot of weird glitches, but not like game-breaking bad or anything. Just some irritating things. But yeah, I really like the story, and I think the gameplay is fun. If you have ever seen like Kankole gameplay, it's like you go from you make a squad. Say Asagiri. Yeah. You make a squad and they go and fight for you, and depending on your how you do or whatever, like it picks like a node to go to in a certain order. It was complicated. Girls Frontline, it has the same kind of gameplay, except you get to pick where your unit goes. There's some decent challenge to it, but mainly it's not actually that difficult. If they rerun the Valhalla events, I'll let you know if they're rerunning the Valhalla event. I started about 3 months before that happened because it was like announced, and I was like, I'm gonna play Girls Frontline, and then it was actually good enough that I kept playing. So yeah, actually what I would do, they've said that they might rerun the Valhalla event, which was really good. And if they do, that's a good time to start playing the game. Because if you're like me, you'll keep playing and go like, wait, this is actually super cool. And of course, I would say don't watch the anime that's currently airing, because it's kind of bad. I think it's improving episode by episode, but it had a really rough start. It's really, the beginning's really boring. it's really boring, and there's a lot of weird, like, janky animation mistakes. And the thing that actually, like, I don't mind the animation mistakes. The thing that bothers me about the Girls Frontline anime is the weird music cues. The soundtrack is both bad and jarring. Like, whoever's making the cue, like, whoever's editing the episodes to, like, put the music in is making the music cues really weird. Like, there's really intense music going on when there's, like, calm conversation. You know, it's weird. I don't like it. And the Girls Frontline game has amazing music, and they don't use any of it for the anime. I don't understand. Ugh, I'm so mad. But yeah, Girls Frontline has an amazing soundtrack. It's like a lot of the early game stuff is like this really upbeat, like, drum and bass kind of stuff. And then for the, like, serious events, it gets into this really, like, epic cinematic orchestral stuff, which would have been perfect for an anime, but they don't use it for the anime. Even though the songs were already done, they had some amateur guy doing it instead, which... Get back to Phantasy Star Online, 10% updated. Yeah, good luck. That's like 100 gigabytes. I played New Genesis for like 2 weeks, and then I finished literally everything in the game, so I stopped playing. I know there's a lot more content now, but I'm not really keen on getting back into it for a while. Oh, I'm back in Belia Eon. Oh, getting in back into Girls Frontline. Okay. Yeah, it's a for Mobile standards, the game's actually kind of small. It's like 4 gigs or something like that. Not gonna play New Genesis, too big, and the recent reviews are mixed. It's really fun for a couple weeks, but honestly, they should have made it its own game, and also put out more at the start. They didn't remove PSO2 Classic, so what happens is you update to NGS, and I think they make you play... Do they? I think they make you play NGS a little bit, and then you can go back into PSO2 Classic. Which is why the game is like 100 gigabytes. It's so stupid. PSO2 Classic is also kind of weird for me. But honestly, okay, so New Genesis is graphically very impressive. The gameplay is actually fun, even if a lot of the classes kind of play the same. There's a lot more verticality, which is really cool. Like, they definitely made a point to have it more vertical. Like, right at the beginning area, there's like a giant mountain you can climb. And if you jump from the peak of it, you can land on top of the building in the center of the main city. But for a while, they only... Okay, so when the game started, they had 3 classes. It was like 3 or 4 classes. And then you could max those out very quickly. And then there was like a number of... There was like maybe 10 or so quests in the main quest or something like that. And it was very short. I feel like more should have been finished by release. Like, I think they released it too early. Or they're expecting people to keep playing PSO2 Classic until they're more done with content for New Genesis. Because what's there is promising. But it's playing like an alpha version of a game. It's like a test level or something, as far as I'm concerned. And then I was looking out at the horizon, and they have a world, like, finished. You can see, like, a volcanic mountainous region in the distance, and then there's, like, a snowy mountain peak in the distance, but it's blocked off by walls, so you can't actually access it yet. I don't know if those are accessible as of now, because I haven't logged back in a while, but I hope they are. But, like, graphically, the game is gorgeous, and the character customization is amazing as usual. The grind for cosmetics is still terrible. But, you know, then again, every MMO has this problem, I think. There's a good sense of community, I think, in any either PSO2 Classic or New Genesis. There's a good sense of community in there. Like, you can really just start chatting up people in the main town or waiting for area bosses to show up. There's usually groups just hanging out, waiting for, like, a rainstorm to happen, which apparently spawns, like, a boss you can grind for, you know, materials. So you can just hang out there for a little bit and chat with people, and they're mostly pretty friendly. So I was enjoying it. The problem was I basically blitzed through all the content in like 2 weeks. And that's not good for an MMO. I'll tell you what I really want. What I really want Sega to do is Phantasy Star 5. Phantasy Star 4 came out in like the early 90s, and that was the last of the like mainline Phantasy Star series. And Phantasy Star 4 is one of the best JRPGs of all time. I think most people will generally agree with me there. But honestly, they haven't done like an actual like Phantasy Star 5, like a single player cool sci-fi RPG. Hasn't happened. And they've done a bunch of like weird side stuff, and they've done the MMOs. PSO episode 1 and 2 and 4 all linking together though was really cool. I really loved PSO 1. I loved that game. Don't ask for a 90s game sequel. That's asking for nostalgia kill. Not all the time, but at the same time, it does happen. But I think if it was 2000s Sega, I would agree. But I want to say, or like, I want to say 2020s Sega is a lot more competent at making good games. Like, they really killed it with the Yakuza series, for example. And, like, Judgment and stuff like that. After Death Note, the movie came out, hype is dead. Well, that's Death Note. That's different. You don't make live-action versions of anime anime. Okay, I will say, though, the GTO live-action is good, though. Great teacher, Onizuka. But, you know, anime is a little different. I don't know, and then Shenmue 3 came out, and I heard that was, I looked on Steam and it looked like positive reviews for that, so maybe that did end up being good. Fan-made can be good because it'll only get famous if it is. Yeah, like Sonic Mania. It's kind of funny that, like, Sonic Mania came out and, like, revived Sonic Mania as, like, a concept. Like, people were Sonic fans again because it was actually good. And then immediately after that, Sonic Forces came out and people were like, oh yeah, this is what Sega can come up with. Apparently Forces was edgy as hell. Holy shit, 38 jumps left. It's actually not too far away from home. But I think honestly they could get a competent team to make Phantasy Star 5. Sonic Boom. Well, Sonic Boom was awkward, yeah, a little bit. Trying to do an open world Sonic game. Apparently the cartoon is good though. Also, when the Sonic 2 movie comes out, I've made the decision that I will try to go to a movie theater again. Because the Sonic movie was the last movie I saw before lockdown happened. And I think it would be appropriate for the next movie I see in person to be Sonic 2. Haven't been to movie theaters, no. There's a lot of things I gave up during lockdown, and I still have. I have gone to a couple restaurants though, but not as frequently as I was before. I used to like just going to a restaurant by myself and eating my trashy food. You know, I would go to like fast food and stuff, and I would like enjoy. Ooh, that's a really close planet. You know, and I would just kind of enjoy my crappy food by myself, and you know, people watch. It was a nice. It was just getting out of the house, and it was nice having some peace and quiet to myself. I want to see this planet, because it's like right there. What is going on? I'm gonna do a little, what's the word? Super Cruise. This is so close to the sun, what the hell? Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll show you guys how the mapping of the planets works. First discovered by Blarius. So no one's mapped it yet. They've seen the planet, and Blarius looked at the planet and got near it, because it's right there next to the sun, but he never mapped the thing. So here's how you map planets. You just launch probes. And let's see how many. There's an efficiency target of 7 probes, so let's see if I can hit that. I see. Oh, those all hit the back. Oh my god. Okay, I'm probably not going to hit the efficiency target then. But that's okay. I don't know if there's any... I don't know if there's a bonus for this. But it's probably okay. You've been told this game is No Man's Sky but good, can confirm. No, No Man's Sky is actually good now. But it's wildly different. Wildly different. So, the difference between this and No Man's Sky is No Man's Sky is not a simulator. It's a base building... it's basically an open galaxy universe base building game. Whereas Elite Dangerous is, instead of being a procedurally generated galaxy, FPS resource management, I suppose. They're both games are good in their own right. I will say that. But both wildly different in how they play and how they're enjoyed. Like, No Man's Sky has some sort of weird abstract story about the origins of the universe and stuff like that. How's the... Oh, there we go. There's the surface. Yeah. So I just scanned that planet. So anyway, that's a planet scan for you. And if you do that, if you scan planets, do a detailed surface scan of the mapping and map the whole planet's surface, you end up getting a bonus for discovery, which is really cool. So it's just more money in the pocket. I could do that to the whole system, but I'd rather get home. If I want to do detailed surface scanning, I will go do like a separate expedition for this myself, rather than on the way home. Real talk now. When you teaching me how to play Elite Dangerous? I'm teaching you right now. But anyway, so the difference between No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous is Elite Dangerous is a ship simulator which tries to aim for a kind of realism, where there's like, you know, realistic gravity simulation and in like space physics. It's really more apparent when you turn off flight assist and you end up like wanting to puke in a bag because you get so dizzy from all the like crazy movement. Not even my friend on Steam. Yeah, of course not. It's secret. I can add you later. What was I gonna say? Elite Dangerous, meanwhile, is instead of being a procedurally generated galaxy, it's a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way, based on as much real scientific data as they can find. And sometimes to hilarious results. Let me show you something while I'm thinking about it. Let me look up Eagle Nebula. I think? Yeah. So you see those... you see this weird cluster of stars? Like each one of these stars is all bundled up together in this weird square? Because the data on their stars is based off of actual like photographs of stars. And this is the photograph of the Eagle Nebula, which is a real nebula in the Milky Way. It's also why when you get closer to the center of the galaxy, I don't know if you saw that happen when I was going towards the center, but there's like a wall of stars, which is like where our telescopes were cut off. Like that's as far as they were able to photograph into the center of the galaxy. So this is definitely more of a I don't know, I don't want to call it like a more serious game, but it's a more realistic thing. And some people will not like that. But honestly, if you're a fan of, you're a fan of Euro Truck Simulator, you'll probably like this, to be honest. Because it's a bunch of menial, like, repetitive stuff. Found me. Oh, no. Yeah, I have the Saruya avatar. I've had that since like 2007. Oh, you actually have Elite Dangerous. Okay. That's fair. You went 4 layers of common friends deep. How many layers of friends are you on? Fluff to cider to Stegs to sulfur to me. Wow. It's a little weird. But okay. But yeah, so some of the things in this galaxy are definitely procedurally generated. And they kind of slowly add things to the galaxy to make it more interesting over time. And I'm the stalker. Yes, I am. But in the Slav sense of the word. But yeah, like some of the nebula they've added as like a different, let's see. Huh? Are those different galaxies or something? I never looked and saw what those are. But yeah, some of these nebula, like that, you know, would be procedurally generated. And anyway, solar system is here, thereabouts. And obviously anything over here we don't know exists because we cannot see past, you know, this crap. Where all these stars are so close together. Sagittarius A is the middle of the galaxy. And, ooh, is that a black star? Oh, it's a black hole, isn't it? I think that's a black hole. Interesting. But apparently in the middle of the galaxy there's a ton of black holes. The closer you get more to the galaxy. Oh, what's up, Tigger Bandit? Hello. But yeah, I haven't been over to Sagittarius A yet. I think black stars aren't a thing, probably. But yeah, it's a black hole, pretty sure. But I haven't been to the center yet. But I will once I get that Guardian FSD booster, which will make my exploration quite a bit faster. Oh, it's your first time here, Tigger. How you doing? I assume you're a elite vet. I'm still kind of new, actually. Though I kind of went hard into this game, to be honest. And I've gotten a grasp of most of the mechanics at this point. A star that absorbs light sounds counterintuitive. Maybe. So yeah, if you're just joining, well, first off, look at my cool Diamondback Explorer. I love this little thing. And what I'm up to right now is I went to Colonia on a 40 light year range jump. And I'm going back to my home system of Coin over by the main cluster of planets near Sol. And I'm going to go back to my home system and just probably end the stream there, to be honest. And I'm currently, what, like 30 jumps out now at this point? I'll check when I land. I haven't seen a neutron star in a while, though. What the heck's going on? She's been on that for 3 hours now. Has it been 3 hours? Hold up. Shit, it's been 3 hours. Unbelievable. Okay. 255. Good lord. Time really does fly when you're flying in space. I have 31 jumps left. I could honestly probably do this.
Fuel scooping complete.
Good talk, quick time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was hoping for. So yeah, what I was doing was I'm just doing a long jumping session,
Drive charging.
and I was, looking to just chat with people while doing so, because doing it by myself is really sleepy. Ooh. Oh, another album is over with. I need to find another album to use. I'm gonna open up my media player instead. I'm hoping none of these tracks that I had playing are like DMCA'd, but probably not. It's all vaporwave stuff. I don't know what to play though. Music.
System scan complete.
Oh, this won't get me in trouble at all. Here we go. I'll do some shmup music. This is going to be a lot more active, though. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. But yeah, I bet I can make it home before I really do fall asleep. Yeah, Colonia was fun. I went around and looked at cool rocks, and then I'm got some cool screenshots out of it. I also saw some space mollusks. Those are really cool. I tried shooting one and it didn't. It was invincible, which is kind of interesting. Unlock the engineers. No, I actually didn't yet. I was definitely not ready for Colonia, which is why I'm going back to the home systems. Because I need Guardian stuff. Go back. No! I'll show you where I am in space, if you didn't catch the galaxy map. Actually, I kind of want to look myself. Let me see. Okay. Oh, wow, I'm really close now. Yeah, there's my home system right there. Coin. So how far did I go? I actually skipped the Lagoon sector, but I stopped at Omega on the way back, and Rohini, and there's Colonia. And then the original place that I was going to visit is like somewhere around here, I think. Oh no, actually no, this was the system right here. Don't die now. Oh, I won't. Did I use the Neutron Highway? Yes. But even still, since I don't have the Guardian FSD booster, well, I'll show you. Current light year jump is 40 light years. So, you know, I was kind of stuck doing like a really slow trip. Even with the Neutron boost, it was like 160. But I know if I have the booster, it'll go up to like 300 plus. But so the trip there took me about, well, I had to go on a detour. So it took me about 16 hours, I think, to get to Colonia. Upgrade FSD to 5. It's at 3 right now. Problem if you're gonna play with you guys, that I'm forever away. Maybe. But yeah, I'll try to speedrun these last couple jumps. There's not a lot of neutron stars in between here and Sol, so. But yeah, I'm actually so new to the game that I don't have access to Sol yet. But that's because I spent most of my time not doing anything but like I spent most of my time doing bounty hunting with friends in asteroid belts on stream, which is fun and everything. But I got this, I wanted to do some exploration, so I took a job as an excuse to go out there. And this guy wanted to see this like planet called Castan Solitude, and it was this singular planet inside a neutron star system. And it was an Earth-like planet with like rings on it, and it was really cool actually. Of course, like I was telling other people, the guy, he was one of those passengers that like is really afraid of getting scanned. And of course, when I get to the last system before that destination on the Colonia Bridge route, he canceled the mission on me because I got scanned out of the station. So I was like almost there when the mission got canceled. But then I decided to do it anyway. And it was worth it. It was a really gorgeous view. But I hate that fucking guy. I would have dropped him off the airlock if I could, but he wanted to get let off at the next station. So I had to go right back in the station and to say goodbye. Jerk. He was only paying me like 15 mil anyway, so it was a huge mistake. I didn't think it would actually take that long. Actually, I want to say it was more than that when I started. But I think because he was dissatisfied most of the way there, it was only like 15 mil. Ooh. All right. Oop. Just play by yourself when you feel like it. I mean, I ended up teaching myself a lot of parts of this game. Because like Swarm and the rest of the gang and like Stegs, they mainly just do the bounty hunting stuff. But I really, really like the exploration aspect. Like, when I get the fully upgraded FSD, I still really like the Diamondback Explorer, but maybe I'll try, like, the, there's a couple other exploration ships that I could try that are larger. Like the Anaconda or the Crate Phantom, I think, for exploration. That are both pretty viable choices. Oh yeah, the Asp Explorer as well. But there's a couple other really viable exploration ships. Though, God, this Diamondback is great. But I want to go to, like, do all the cool stuff, like go to Sagittarius A and go to the other way, like all the way to the other side of the galaxy to see what there is. I want to go to the Void and, all these cool things. And I can do it in, like, half the time. Crate Phantom, yeah, the Crate Phantom looks really cool, too. But I hear the cockpit is not great. Oh, Jesus. Ah, oh, God, I hate those. So bright. Yeah, like, from what I've seen from people talking about the ships, it seems like the Crate Phantom is a popular choice, but nobody actually likes the cockpit. Meanwhile, the Diamondback has a really nice viewing angle. And you can kind of see below, just a little bit. Apparently the Asp has the better cockpit though, or the favorite, at least for that. Though I don't know if it has enough. I don't know if it has like as good hard points as the Diamondback does. I'd have to check. The fuel scoop on this thing is baller. Because it fills up perfectly like every time I warp to a new star. Because like by the time I'm done circling the star to jump again, it's full. What am I at here? "24 jumps. I don't think I can do this before the top of the hour, but, or the bottom of the hour? Top or bottom? I don't think it really matters. But it's getting to be like, it's getting to be 1 AM for me. I don't know what I'm doing. I just kind of want to speed run these last jumps and like just get there. Why is my avatar a girl? Because I can.
Fuel scooping.
You can still call me a guy though if you want. I don't mind. Yeah, I think the coal sector might be the last sector before I get to home systems. Kohime, what's up, buddy? Late night Elite Dangerous, I see. Yep. See, I figured I was going to be doing this anyway, so I might as well stream it, right? I'd rather have company than not. Koi friend. Alright, I don't need to have like a completely full tank. I'm just gonna hit the gas here.
Frameshift drive charging.
Just doing late night work. Do you still do the support ticket stuff? Okay. You get any like interesting or funny support tickets lately? I don't know how much you want to talk about work on a chat though, but I know you got some good ones.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Is someone inviting us to yet another crafting profile? Raph, you can't say that. Also, Koihime definitely isn't one. Oh, actually, no, wait. I take that back. Someone asking me how you pronounce a name when the game has voiceover. Oh my god. You don't know if they don't, maybe they don't have the, maybe they're deaf. Maybe they have the game muted for some reason. Maybe they don't have headphones or speakers. Maybe they're using the PC speaker and just, like, hearing beeps. That's all they can hear is beeps. That's how I played the Inspector Gadget game on my old 386. Oh, actually, yeah, Kohime, did you ever play Star Trek 25th Anniversary? I forget if I asked you this before, but that was like my first PC game ever. You tried? So, okay, so my first computer was like it was like a family computer. It was a 386, and it could only fit like one game on it at a time. It should run perfectly fine in DOSBox now. But anyway, so I played Star Trek 25th Anniversary because it was pre-installed on the computer when my dad bought it. Because he bought it like from somebody, I think. So anyway, we didn't have a sound card. We only had the PC speaker, which is just the, the monophonic beeper, right? So I was playing it with just that, and it was like, I still thought it was cool as hell. Then I figure out, like, 10 years later, that they had released a CD-ROM version of this game with full voice acting from the original cast and everything. Like, they went all out. They got Leonard Nimoy, they got William Shatner, I don't know the other actors. But they had, I think they had like George Takei and stuff like that too. If he was even in that game. Who played the doctor guy? I don't know. But anyway, it was really I felt scammed, like I was playing an inferior version of the game because it didn't have the full voice acting or anything. DeForest Kelly, yeah, thank you. That's it. And he did a damn good job, too. I was looking at a Let's Play of it a long time ago. And then, of course, the ensign that dies in various ways. Yes? Oh. Oh, I see. That's me. Kelly DeForest. Officially 6 a.m. Dude, Ralph, go to bed. No. Okay. Oh, we're in for another white star. I actually looked this time before jumping. So, shield your eyes. I'm going to look away from the screen. It flashes for a bit, and then, like, the camera adjusts to the brightness. Okay. Since I knew it was coming, it wasn't so bad. God, that's such a bright star. Saying you shouldn't sleep at 8 a.m. and wake up at 4 p.m. What are you, the cleaning ladies of my hotel? Are you in a hotel? "17 jumps left. Let's go. You're living in a hotel because there's no places to rent right now. Oh my god, really? I didn't know that. Aren't you like... Doesn't that burn through your money like really quick? There's places up here where you can... There's like extended stay hotels you can rent up here that have like full amenities and stuff. But even... It's still kind of expensive. Just inside your budget. Whew, Jesus. Well, I hope you can find a place to rent soon, because... I didn't know you were in a hotel, man. Oh! Pipe Bowl sector. What is this? I'm warping to pipe. It's a warp pipe. Mario jokes. I haven't seen this place, but this is a new sector to me. Alright. Pipe Bowl sector. Except I ended up here? No. Oh, okay. So it's Pipe Bowl sector. What is here? Oh! It's the pipe! There's a pipe! Ooh! It's just kind of like a... It's kind of like a fart cloud, I guess. Pipe Bowl, pipe stem. Do people just, like, toke up here? Is that the whole thing? And then there's Ophiuchus Dark Region C. Ophiuchus Dark Region B. Ophiuchus Dark Region. Rho Ophiuchi? This is new. I've like kind of scanned around... I've kind of scanned around this area looking for interesting things, but I've never seen this. Like, I guess I just skipped over it. I did see the coal sack, though. Ooh. I actually went to the coal sack. It was interesting. And then I went over here to the Orion Nebula. It was kind of... The Orion Nebula was really cool. Though, it's kind of interesting, because that route from the core systems to the Orion Nebula, there's like not a lot of scoopable stars there, so you have to plan your route really carefully. It wasn't too bad, though. I managed to not get stranded. I haven't had to call the fuel rats yet. The monthly fund you can afford, kinda. Okay. Hopefully the rent down in Brazil isn't as insane as it is up here. Because, like, I don't think anywhere in this country you can, like, have a minimum wage job and, like, afford rent. I don't think there's a single place in this country you can do that. Unless you split it with somebody. You live in an expensive city? Oh, man. Yeah, cities are always going to be, like, too much. The thing that always bugs me about, like, people being priced out of cities, man, is, like, when you think about it, right, you know, in my city, you have fucking Amazon employees And they all get paid enough to live there. But then all the support stuff and all the restaurants, where are they going to live? Who's going to run the McDonald's downtown, right? And they got to go further and further out every year because the rent keeps getting higher and higher. And eventually it's not worth it because then the McDonald's workers got to live in the next county over. Why would they go to work at that McDonald's when they could go to the one nearby? You live in a big tourist beach city, New Year's here is god awful. Oh my god. I don't know what it I've never really experienced what it's like to be in like a tourist city or like a tourist location. But it's gotta be aggravating being a native and like having to deal with like tourists who don't know the language. Because there's probably a bunch that don't even care to learn, to be honest. Where's the I don't know where the boundary is for this star. I don't want to get damaged or anything. I don't know why it wasn't showing for that one. Our cross sector. See, there's a cool looking nebula over there. I think that's the, I don't know. I think that's Bernard's Loop, actually. You can see it from here. The common Argentinian, as opposed to the SSR Argentinians. Most common thing is for them to throw trash around and then scream at people in really fast Spanish. Oh my god. I used to work with this one woman who was one of those fast talking Spanish women, and like holy shit. I don't know, like I know some Spanish, but damn, like I can't keep up. She could speak like she could probably speak like 10 words a second. It was insane. Talking to another Mexican coworker of mine, she's like, yeah, I don't I can't keep up with her either. Most Mexicans speak real slow Spanish, I think, from my experience. Though I think they can speak faster if they need to, though. Or if they're, like, really angry. Argentinians are basically universally hated here because it's everywhere. Oh no. Oh, I'm so close to home. 11 jumps left. If there's an Argentinian chat, sorry, but you guys destroyed beaching. Oh my god. Raph, don't be racist. Actually, I don't know. The only Argentinian guy I know, I knew from IRC years and years ago. He was really cool, though. I don't think he was a tourist, though. He was a nerd. He stayed inside and invented a programming language. Not racist if it's true. Wow. Yeah, what was the language he invented? Oh, it was a game engine. The Godot engine, free and open source 2D and 3D game engine. He basically like made that himself, and also I think a couple other people. But he was like the head of that project. Apparently, it's pretty popular. I had to go look it up. Universitarians also ruin beaching by playing loud music and vaping. Oh my god. Yeah, I imagine, like, do people go down there for spring break too? And just be obnoxious like college kids? I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Oh, jeez. That was a bright one, too. You know, I was not expecting to do the whole trip. Unidentified signal source. Oh, yeah, there's stuff here. Because I'm getting closer to the core systems. So there's actually, like, signals. Most of the trip to Colonia, there's nothing. It's just planets, and that's it. Yeah, college kids. Yeah. That's the thing about it, this being a realistic simulation of the Milky Way, is like, there ain't much out here. There's a select few systems with like interesting phenomena, you know, like Colonia and like the neighboring systems are some of them, for example. But of course, given that like I think it was like 0.5% of the Milky Way in Elite Dangerous has been explored, I'm sure there's a lot out there that we just haven't seen. Of course, there also might be more in Odyssey too, but I'm not sure. I haven't gotten Odyssey yet. It looks like it's been running stable. Like, I saw someone streaming it, and it looked like it was actually not chugging, which is good, because it was really chugging on release, trying to render everything. There are probably even unseen features. Yeah, that's apparently how they found out Thargoids, the aliens in this game. Some guy was jumping, and like what I just did, he jumped and he got interdicted mid-jump, and there was like a malfunction in his FSD mid-jump, and his like, I don't know if that happened before, but basically he got caught by this Thargoid dude, and he was scanned down, and it was this like YouTube video that got recorded and posted in 2015, and people were like, wait, what the hell is that thing? Is how the story went that I heard. And you can like trace the first sighting back to the guy who uploaded the YouTube video. And that was like a year after the game came out. And I don't think they even like talked about it. They just kind of put it in the game. I'm surprised nobody data mined that beforehand. Janananji. I'm getting to named systems now. I'm really close. Is there any stations here? Oh, I'll check at the next one. These prices. Your rent is about 2.3k. Most places here cost upwards of 5k. Oh my god. 4,800 a day? Jesus Christ. Of course, it's not scoopable either. There's got to be a station here. Oh, there is. Manning Dock, Public Chemical Solutions, Dew Base, Web Settlement. I got 5 jumps left. I should probably make it with this fuel. Pretty sure there's a scoopable star. A lot of skyscrapers here. The beach coast is filled with them. Well, yeah, you know. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, I was getting pretty low. I think I'll just chill here for a bit. Let's scan the system while we wait. Yeah, all the stuff here has been mapped already. That's fine. I want planets. It's still worth something, I think, to like look at these planets, but since I didn't discover them, it's worth less. It's just something to do while my thing fills up. Degraded emissions. Eh. I'll do that when I get back home. Okay, there we go. Almost home. Crucius Sector. I'm getting into familiar names now. God, this journey has been quite long, hasn't it? I can't wait to have it not be as long next time. I think in the same amount of time it took me to get to Colonia the first time, I could probably make it to, like, the Void Outpost in the same amount of time. Loud 27? Oh, loud. I love that there's a system called Loud. Loud. I think this was the Neutron Star. No, I think there's another one. There's a Neutron Star nearby Sol somewhere. Allied Power. Oh yeah. Power. I forget I'm in the Empire right now. Oh, this is the Neutron Star. Ooh. That's very bright. That's way brighter than normal. What the hell? I like that screenshot. I'm gonna take a screenshot. That's dope. Okay. Chinsho. Huh? Really? I'm not even in the funnel yet. What the hell's going on? This is like a... Is this just like a big neutron star? Is that why it's so bright? Normally they're like way smaller than this. Also getting hot. Oh, Jesus. This is definitely much different than my other neutron stars that I've been to. Good lord. Do I need to charge anything? Or repair anything? Let's see. FSD's still at 96%. Okay, I'm doing alright with damage. That's so bright. What the hell? Why is it so bright compared to like the other neutron stars I saw?
Power plant capacity exceeded.
There's my ship living up to its name. Hopefully nothing like stayed disabled. Okay, it's turning back on. Frameshift canceled. Jump exceeds. Oh, I gotta. There's a system called Perkele? Really? Is that real? There's a system called Fuck in Finnish. Wait, what system am I supposed to warp to here? Okay. That's interesting. I've never had... Oh, there's an escape vector. I've never had that happen with a neutron star before. That's interesting. Yeah, I know. This one's kind of dangerous. Maybe I have to go into the funnel the other direction. Like over here. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Ooh, this is a bigger funnel than I'm used to. Good lord. That was weird. But kind of cool, I guess. All that to go 60 light years. Oh my god. That was such a weird star.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Go to the combat tutorial again. Oh yeah, you were playing it earlier and you were getting used to the joystick, right? Oh, there's Coin. Next system over. I'm home. Appropriate music for finally being home. Here I go. Yeah. Here we are, Coin, home system. Just getting some free fuel from the sun here. I don't know why, because I'm about to make like a shit ton of money. And I'll show you guys. man, I'm so excited to send in all this exploration data. I can't wait to see how much I make. I deliberately didn't turn it in the stations on the way, just to see how much it would be worth in coin. I am excited. Oh, I gotta go around the sun. Okay. Conflict zone. Where is Viet Colony? There it is. Wait. Dude, there's so much crap here. Stations. Let's go! And yeah, I have Super Cruise Assist, because why not? I had room for it. Honestly, what I learned with exploration ships is the Super Cruise Assist is really, really handy. Because you're out in the middle of nowhere, and you can do Super Cruise Assist because there's no one there to interdict you. And it's handy to be able to just, like, auto-orbit a planet to do detailed surface scanning. The docking computer, don't really need that when you're going out into the middle of the galaxy, because there's no stations. Where are you going to dock? Am I right? And honestly, landing isn't that difficult. Of course, I have the auto-docking computer because, you know, I have the module space for it. But you know what doesn't have it? The Mamba that I have sitting at the colony right now. Let's do some scanning. See if I see any other commanders. It's, unlikely. I almost never see other commanders in this game. Unless I'm deliberately meeting up with some of them. Like Swarm. Or Stegs. Or Sulfur. Looks like they're having a fight out there, though. Or something. What is going on? Oh, there was something I could scan. Where is it? Oh, I could scan this planet. I don't really want to, though. Alright, let's see here. Let's do Night Sweeper. There we go. Okay. Almost there. Why am I going so slow? It's probably because of the planet. Let's do this. There we go. God, it's been so long since I've been back home. It feels weird. But here we are at Viet Colony again. Almost. Almost there. Watch me get interdicted at the last second. Oh, actually, no, I'm almost ready to disengage. Ah, there you are again. With the noob hammer. Getting hit by those things hurts. Anyway. I haven't heard your snooty voice in a while. Okay. Now I sit back and auto-dock. Because I live a life of luxury. All right. So for those of you still watching, I'm about to make a ton of money. Well, we'll see how much it is. I have no idea how much this exploration data is going to be worth. But wow, this ship is really cheap to repair. Another reason I love the Diamondback. Alright, Universal Cartographics. Here we go. So let's see, where am I at? 37 mil right now. You're pumped. ED time. See how long it's taking to load? I think I have about 150 systems worth of data here. Okay, 2 mil for this first page. Congratulations, Commander Overcoat. You've earned the following accolades. First to discover those systems, I guess. No, those are the planets, I guess. First to map this planet. See how much more money that's worth, by the way? Commander. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's a bug or something. Commander Overcoat. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Because it should just be one. But yeah, so if you see the discovery amounts is like shit. It's not worth anything. But this, the mapping, the surface scanning stuff, that's where the money is. Okay. So this next page is worth 4 million. 4.5 million. Double Commander. The Commander's Commander. That's me. Okay. I have a feeling there's going to be a couple pages of this. Congratulations, Commander Overcoat. First to discover blah, 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 blah. First to map this system for this planet. Okay, there's another 4 mil. Sell page 3,500,000 something. I should actually make Elite Explorer from this, I think. Congratulations, Commander. Ooh. Okay, that one was worth a fair amount. First to discover Bly Dry QHP by 330 bodies. 598. Imagine if I had done a deep surface scan of all the planets. That would be pretty good. Bonus 2 million. What's the upgrade to scan planets? Oh, it's called a deep surface scanner. And no, I did not type my name as Commander when I signed up for the game. Another 2 mil. Congratulations, Commander. Because in other parts of the game, when it's like referring to me, it only does the one commander. I'm not really sure what the other bonus is. I think it has to do with, like, having my name on the thing. Another 1.6 million. The listing is starting to get a little faster, so I think I'm almost done. Congratulations, earned the following accolades. Here is yours. You discovered some more things. I think I mapped like a bunch of these, this planets in this system for some reason. I don't know why. And maybe they were just really close. Okay, another 2 mil. I wish I could just sell all these at once. I don't know why this is such a big deal. You have 50k credits. You can afford a gimbaled turret, maybe. What's a good way to get some? What is a good way? I guess just do jobs for now. Just do like how I started was I got myself an adder, which is this little goofy little minivan, which is like which has decent storage space. You could also get like a hauler. It's literally just called a hauler, and then like fill it with cargo containers and do a bunch of like, what's the word? Do a bunch of like courier missions, or you could fit it out with mining lasers and try mining. Mining is actually pretty decent money if a little tedious. It's a little tedious even for me, but I want to try deep core mining someday because you get to blow up giant rocks. Okay, that's another 2 mil. Oh my god, how many of these am I gonna have to do? A lot of people will recommend mining for making money if you don't want to do combat. Ooh. First to discover a lot of things. Don't remember the name of your ship. You probably, if you just started, it's a Sidewinder. That's like the starter ship. Unless you've bought a new ship. Oh my god, there's another page. How many more? How many more am I gonna have to sell? Please just let me sell everything all at once. You bought a new ship. Oh my god. This takes so long to load. But I think it's like, I think what it's doing is like telling the server to put my name on these things. Oh my god. Another 3.5 mil. This is really funny. Having to do every page, like page by page, is so tedious. Oh my god. So I guess okay, so just discovering this one system that had 27 bodies gets you like 400,000 credits, almost. Plus the bonus. I think... Yeah, that's a big bonus. I guess because that's per body that I scanned. First to map these. Yeah. You just jump systems for 3 3/4 hours. You can stand 5 minutes to claim emissions. No, I want to sell them all at once. Or did I start? 37 mil was my current balance. Now I'm at 66. Ooh. That's a lot of accolades right there. But yeah, seems like each planet you surface scan is like, looks like 150,000. So that can add up pretty quick if you go to like remote systems that haven't been seen before and you map a bunch of planets. How do you autopilot again? I forgot. There was a button. If you have the Super Cruise computer, you can go to this menu and it's like it's down here when you go there. Okay. There's another page. 1.3 mil. First to map these. Another page. Congratulations, first to map these. Huh? Congratulations, first to map these. I think I ran into a bug. Let me reset. I think I sold everything. Finally. Yeah, that's everything. So I went from 37 mil to 68 mil. So going from Colonia to home, that's about 31 million. I think. Yes, 31 mil. That's pretty good. I would say that's pretty good. Let me see. I should have a new mail soon. I hope. That should tell me if I ranked up my... because I'm an Explorer rank Ranger right now. And I don't know if that was the level to go. I don't know if that was where the level was at when I left. Or when I got to Colonia, I sold a bunch of data and made it to Ranger like immediately. I don't know if that's... I might not be at Elite yet. I'm surprised I didn't hit Elite from that. But hey, it's whatever. I made it home. Do you mean data? Well, I say data. You can say either, honestly. Oh yeah, I have authority contact. Where is he? Bounty vouchers. I gotta make that extra 200,000. 9th Legion. Power contact. I think I have, yeah, claim salary 2,000. It's only 2,000 credits because I haven't done anything for the Empire. Oh, collect actions. Collect Lavigny corruption reports. Lavigny. People have fought for both, so I don't even care. Fortify coin. Take control for Lavigny Duval. I'd have to go from Kamadenu to here back and forth. That's too tedious. I'll do the system rescue thing, but that'll be for another stream. Let's see. I want to look at my other ship again because it's so beautiful. I called it Mommy. I forgot about that. Use this ship. I just want you to look at this ship. It's beautiful. The cool thing is, now that I have all this money, I can actually outfit the damn thing. Oh, baby. Ooh. Sorry, got a yawn again. Look at that. Look at that Mamba. It's beautiful. Let's see if I can, like... Let's see if I can get a better power plant in it. Yes, I can, actually. Oh, I can afford it now, even. I could only afford the 5B before. I think that actually it's what it came with. But yeah, let's put that in there. Because it has Terral power right now. There we go. Life support, not needed. 4A FSD. 5A thrusters. No alloy. Fuel tank is, yeah. What can I get for this? FSD interdictors? I could have some fun. But honestly, I probably need hull reinforcements for this thing because Jesus Christ. Okay. What fits in a 5 size? Oh yeah. Definitely want this. For sure. From 4E to 5D. Yeah. I'm going to put that on before I forget. Actually, do I want the module one instead? It's not that bad. Module 1 can go in the 3, I think. Let's go. I'm sure this is riveting gameplay for anyone watching. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I think if I want a good fit, I will look elsewhere to fit this Mamba out, because it's my baby. I want to make sure it's nice. I'm going to use it for bounty hunting and stuff like that. Let's see. Advanced maintenance.
Who wants a body massage?
It's so funny out of context. Okay. Well, that's enough of this today. The music's been gone.
I started blasting. Bah, bah. Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
I forgot I put that one in there. Okay. Watch this, watch this. Shoop. Hello. Hello. Getting the name of my ship. Okay. Gonna keep this real short, since we're at the talking segment. Down there, you see that community goal thing I have? That's complete. So I'm going to do a special stream. I'll let you guys know what it is. We're going to celebrate. It's going to be fun. As soon as I figure out what I want to do. Notifications. Fluffy resubbed for 6 months. I don't know how I've been doing this for 6 months, but there we go. Cobra Mark II. Oh, that's a pretty... Cobras are fun. Oh, 3? Yeah, I was going to say Mark II. It's going to... Yeah, Mark III is apparently a lot of people's favorite ship. It's real lightweight, and it hits hard. And it's real fast. So yeah, that's a good choice. You could do combat bounty stuff for that, in that thing. Oh yeah, and then Fluffy cheered 100 bits. Sorry, did I break your concentration? Yes, you did. Okay, even though you're long asleep by now. Mark as red. And that's everything. Too lightweight, not much space. I want the chonker. Well, might I interest you in a federal dropship? If you want combat stuff. Yee. Yee. If you want cargo running missions, check out the Type 9. Yeah, look into it, getting a Type 9, and then you'll be able to carry everything. That one, that's the big booty ship. Those things are way too big. There's a really funny clip of a Type 9 just doing the it's doing an auto undock, and it says the Type 9 brakes for no one, and it's just leaving the station. It's not speeding, so these don't count as crimes, but just leaving the station, it collided with 2 ships and destroyed both of them. And both, it bonked 2 ships and they both exploded, and the Type 9 felt nothing. It was so funny. And so the only way you can get fines around stations is if you're speeding. The Type 9 can't go that fast, so it wasn't speeding, but it was large enough of a mass to destroy. I want to say it was a keelback coming into the station, and then right outside the door to the station there was a Cobra Mark III, and that also exploded. Grief or Dream. I mean, you could park there for 5 minutes, I think, is the allowed time, but you have to be moving for damage. Good night, Raph. I'm gonna head out too. Thank you everyone for sticking around and keeping me company. And also to Tigger Bandit for stopping by and saying hi for the first time. Much appreciated. Also, Kyoko, it was good to see you again. I don't know if you're still watching, but thank you. It's always nice to see you in my chat. And that's it. That's everything. Good night, everybody.